Bear up, left lane out 490, right side at 480. Right here. Lane too quick, but was perfect. At 3-0-0-0. Right side was 002. 81. With a tooth. The 14th out pack. Pretty good run. Right there. Dial left. Right 471 to the right. Break out a little bit quick. 486. With an 871. Bear up. He's going to try to go 5 left. 3. Right side 459. Quick. 512. 5 left. Side track. Dial right side 495. Six six to 95. Right side 1000. Jason Joe, little pickup truck. 617 dial in. Back from right lane. Trying to go 485. Jason dead on with a 7. Right side 6 out too quick. Into the pit. Purple dragsters, we need you. Purple dragsters, we need you in the lane. Time we also need our semifinalists in the 64-car shootout. Our final round in the 32-car shootout in the lane. We're not already there. The pair a little bit too quick. Left side 12 to 4 and 15. Right side 45 9 on a 50. A little Camaro, 007 on the tree, 35-7 on a 37, right side dead on with a 1, 35 at the 3. Out 450, left side at 5 flat. Two 9 on a 450, right side. 4th out too quick, 99-6, 5 flat. Right, 12th out 484 coming at you next. Here's big time, 165, 486. Right lane dead on with a 0, but 19 foul too quick at the 3. Solo pass coming up next. 477 the dial track. $23 on the tree, 74.9 on the 77. So your first semifinal in 64-car shootout presented by Brodix. Going to be Cassie Pennington left side. There she is. Chase up. Accelerated draft. Right side. Chase out 492. Cassie at 470. Moves on to the final round. Participating in the double down, so winner's going to get a shot at $12,000 in prize money. Chase Huffman going to be running for the dough. 92.8, 92 dial. Slight advantage at the starting line by 5,000. 71.5 and 7. Quite enough. Chase Huffman, 2,000 second yard pick. He will face Johnny Burleson. Hunter Patton. Participate. Over on the right side. Trying to go 482. 65. Gas machine out of Richmond. Side of the racetrack. Watch Hunter move and try to chase him down. So Hunter Patton is going to go to the money round. He was 1 thou red. Donnie was 7 thou red. Hunter, 484, 138 miles an hour, and he will run off against Chase Huffman in the final round. And speaking of final rounds, final round in your 32 car shootout presented by Brodix. Coming into the water box now, going to have Brad Clark in the dragster and Jeff Heffler in the Bronco. Jeff going to get a 1 second head start. He's dialed 593 in the toaster. Brad dialed 493. Runner out of Brandon, Mississippi. So both of them gently moving their way up into the stage beams. $2,500 at stake. Unless it's been split, of course. Yeah, we've got a race on our hands. Top end of the racetrack win light going to Jeff Heffler. Congratulations to Jeff. He's taking home the title in the 32-car shootout. Dead on with a 5. They were dead even at the starting line. Brad took the stripe. Broke out by 6 thou. So Jeff Heffler, your 32-car shootout champion. I'm going to turn the mic over to Jake Howard for a few minutes. Allow me to rest my noisemaker. Not a lot of them. I guess Casey Swift.
All right, brings up 2 dragsters a pair. Left-hand side, Racer X, we'll call him 5'11" to dial in. Taking on my boy Casey Swift, we call him Tiny. 5'32" to dial in for Tiny. Out of Springtown, Texas. Out there in the Weatherford area. Well, both drivers 00 there. Casey's 005 breaks out 25 thou. Racer X left-hand side, 007, 29 thou over. No good. Still trying to top that 4,000s package. Brings up another dragsters. 2 more dragsters a pair. Left-hand side, 486 the dial. Taking on that red machine, 546 the dial in right-hand side. Looking for a 4th thou package or better. Left lane's got a chance. He's 003, but breaks out 8 thou. Right-hand side, 006. Got the starting line game on, but broke way out. Trying to stay ahead of that left-hand lane dragster. And guess what? 2 more dragsters. 5 flat the dial left-hand lane. Taking on dragster right-hand side, 473. 4th thou package is pretty hard to beat. Could well be over the second they let go of that button. Well, he's 004 over here. I think if he goes dead 0, but no. Take 62 thousandths, breaks out 15 thousandths. Chunking taters down there, you saw the scoop rocking, but still breaks out 15 thou. Left-hand lane a little bit late. 54 thou under, no dice. reboot the system real quick, and we'll be back at it here shortly. Guys, while it's semi-quiet out there, just want to let you guys know that the concession stand is open. So if you want something to eat or drink, go see the nice folks down there at the concession stand. They've got ice for sale also. Ice cold beer. Whatever your little heart desires, if they have it, they'd be happy to sell it to you. All right, we got our computer woes figured out. We're back at it. 2 more dragsters. Left-hand lane, 611 to dial in on the throttle stop machine. Right-hand side, 498 to dial. Racer X versus Racer Y. Throttle stop versus no throttle stop. Here we go. Still looking to beat that 4,000s package. All right, here we go. Throttle stop kicks off, and he's got no chance right away. Neither does right-hand lane. Throttle stop kicks off. He's 65 on the tree and 200s under. Right-hand side, 17 red, 12 thou over, no dice. We got one name here, but I know who it was anyway, so that doesn't really help me with the right-hand lane. That's Easy E, Eric Sandlin, 633 to dial in. Driving Brother Chad's truck because he was nice enough to let me wheel his love machine. I call it the fun machine because it is a blast. Everything built about the love is right. You can tell a guy who really cares about bracket racing and winning rounds built a truck. And here he is, left-hand side, 633 to dial in. Taking on the dragster, right-hand side, 505 to dial in. They're staged up. Here we go. Neither have a chance. Sandlin's 20. Dragster has a 3-digit reaction time. Sandlin goes dead 1. 21,000s package for Easy E. Dragster, 3-digit reaction time and way over the number. No good. Brings up Mark Jacinto, left-hand side. Normal Motorplex bracket racer out here, 577 to dial in. Taking on Racer X, right-hand side, 471 to dial in for that dragster. Here we go, 4,000s package, looking to beat it. Mark's got no chance. Racer X has no chance. Mark's 25. Dragster right-hand side's 24 red. Mark turns on the win light, 25 dead 3, 28,000s package. Racer X right-hand side, red, and 10 thou under, no good. Brings up 2 more dragsters. Call it Racer X, left-hand side, 481 to dial in. Taking on Kurt Harvey, right-hand side, 496 to dial into the Rafter P Construction Lightning car. Harvey will probably be in the ballpark of about a 12-pack or better, if I were to guess. Hopefully I didn't jinx him. Double 005, 008, 2 great lights, but leaves him no chance. Harvey, wow. 54 thousandths under. 005 at 54 thousandths under, left-hand side. 008, 56 thousandths under. 56 thousandths over, excuse me. And as we stare at 2 more dragsters, Racer X left-hand side, 490 to dial in. Taking on that blazing fast 449 dial in right-hand side of Racer Y. Got to be 004 on the tree to even have a chance here. there, left-hand side. 34, right-hand side. No chance for either one of these drivers. Right-hand side clicks it off. 451 with a 3 at 152, left-hand side. 44 thousandths over in red.
Left lane dial 545, right side 484. Left lane's got a shot on and off the throttle. Too quick in the top end, 41.6 on a 45. Right side way off pace, 520 on the 484. 484. Five flat dial for left side, 463 for the AAA lane over on the right side. The right lane 11th thou package was 001 on the tree, 64-1 on a 63. Left side, no chance, was 11 at the starting line. 5027 on 5 flat. No chance either side. Left lane 007, right lane 18 on the tree. Both of them too quick. Dragster on the left side, 482 dial. Right side, 566 in the pickup truck. The 4th out package, your clubhouse leader still. Truck getting sideways on the launch out there. Neither one of them got a shot. Left side goes dead too. 26 at the tree. Right side 68.3 on a 66 was 13 at the tree. The Camaro left lane, 751 the dial, right side 454. one of these guys is going to have a shot either. Right side 55.5 on a 54, left side 58.9 on a 57. So a 4th package. That means if you want to knock off the top spot, you're going to have to leave the starting line 004 or better. A little Monte Carlo, $725 dial, left side 458. No shot for either driver. 005 red left side, 18 on the tree right side. Both of them too quick. Attention to the pits, final round in the 64-car shootout presented by Brodix. We need you in the lanes. Brodix 64-car shootout, final round. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Either car going to have a shot here. Too quick left side, 76 on a 78. Right side, 59.8 on a 57. Brings up Mike Crater left side. Says it's Mike Crater. Might be Mike Crater. Now 467, right side trying to go 490. Left lane's got a shot. 001 on the tree. Not good enough on the top end. 68.1 on a 67. A great run, nevertheless. That's still a 12th out package. 12th out package. Great lap. But not great enough to take over the top spot. In the K&N $1 Million Time Trial, right side big time early, 72 red. Left side dial 481, right side at 477. No chance here for either car. Left side goes 004 red. Right side 28 on the tree green. Left side 480, right side 489 the dials. Nobody's got a shot here. Left side 10 red, right side 17 green, 85-6 in the 89. Solo pass coming out, 5:16 the dial before we get into our final round. In our Brodix 64 car shootout, the Hoosier Tire Double Down. On the tree, no shot yet. 5:14 and a 5:16, a little too quick. It's going to be your final round. Brodix 64 car shootout. Potentially as much as $12,000 on the line. Chase Huffman over the left side for accelerated graphics. Chase did double down. Hunter Patton over on the right side did not double down. And tough break for Hunter Patton. Looks like the car would not go into reverse. He's just going to drive it on out the top end. So tough break for Hunter Patton. Just get cruise out the top end of the racetrack. So Chase Huffman will in fact double down. He goes 491 at 139. Congratulations to Chase Huffman, your champion in the Brodix 64 car shootout. Taking home a big time payday, $12,000. Pending any splits. Attention in the pits, this is your final call if you have not made a time run. Again, only those who have not made a time run yet. This is your final call. We are fixing to shut down time trials and roll into first round eliminations. And we are back with our time trial. Still trying to figure out who's getting free entry to the Spring Fling Million. 4,000s package, currently sitting on top of the pack. Attention to the pitch, Jeff Heffler and Chase Huffman. As soon as you get them cooled down, bring them up. Again, Chase Huffman and Jeff Heffler. As soon as you get them cooled down, bring them up for the Kennedale Mansfield Plumbing Dual Shootout Runoff for $1,000. So Kyle Rickman, 454 and a 439. Sounded like his car may have been coughing and wheezing its way down the racetrack out there. Right side goes 491.8. A little too quick on the 492 dial. I don't need a screen to see who was a little tardy right there. Right lane just kind of sat there when the light turned green, now just coasting down the racetrack. 1042 on the 517 dial. Not too many times in bracket racing you win when you're 5 seconds over your dial. Pair of 491 dials coming at you now, this pair of dragsters. Both of them a little too quick. 90 with a 5 right side. 87.5 left side. Devin Bellamini in the Chevelle. Left lane dialed 679. Right side 489, the number for the dragster. Hey, Jake Howard, I got an answer for you. Attention to the pits. No box. Go ahead and get them ready. We will be calling you momentarily. No box first round. Go ahead and get them ready. We will be calling you momentarily as Devin Bellamini encounters problems. Pulls over by the wall. In the left lane, right side too quick. 484. Little Maverick dialed 709. Right lane at 475. No chance here for either car. Patton was 11 on the tree. Goes dead on with a 1. A 12th out package. Great pass. But not enough to take over the top spot. Right side was 39 on the tree. 73-2 on a 75. Left lane 461 dial, right lane 468. Right lane's got a chance, 001 on the tree. And too quick on the racetrack, 65-9 on a 68 dial. Attention the pits one more time. Jeff Heffler and Chase Huffman. We need you back in the lanes for the Kennedale-Mansfield Plumbing runoff. From the Brodix dual shootouts, Jeff Heffler and Chase Huffman to the lanes, please, with your cars. Attention the pits, no box, first round, we need you in the lanes. No box, first round, we need you in the staging lanes, please. Little Roaster dialed 560, right side, the dragster trying to go 490. Roaster with problems right side. The dragster was 13 on the tree, 487 at 140. Roaster goes 1104. 68 miles an hour was 861 at the starting line. Brought his pillow up there with him. I believe this is Rick Huffman. Should be your final car in the time trial session. 683 the dial. Same car that Chase Huffman drove to the Super Street title last year right here at Texas Motorplex, the O'Reilly Fall Nationals. Rick's not going to get there. He goes 20 on the tree. Dead on with a 6. And that's going to do it for time trials. Attention the pits one more time while it's quiet. Jeff Heffler and Chase Huffman. If you are not back in the staging lanes, we need you there now. Jeff Heffler and Chase Huffman, we need you in the lanes. The KMP, Kennedale-Mansfield Plumbing, dual shootout runoffs. Also need no box first round, no box first round. To the lanes, please. Attention to the pits, if you hear your name, we need you to make your way down to Suite 101. John Best, Jeremy Winsley, Mark McClaskey, Lance Barella, Dennis Cameron, Josh Caldwell, Paige Hamlin, Ricky Archie, and Ian Williams. Again, if you just heard your name over the PA, we need you in Suite 101 immediately as you have won a prize. All right, so this is your runoff of your dual shootouts, your Brodix dual shootouts. And the runoff here sponsored by Kennedale Mansfield Plumbing and the Mays family. That's Chase Huffman. So Heffler dial 593 in the Bronco. Huffman at 493 in the Dragster. Heffler going to get a second head start. And Jeff Heffler goes 68 red. Chase Huffman going to be the champion in your runoff here today. He runs it through the back door, 2 thou under the 493 dial. But Jeff Heffler was 68 red, and Chase Huffman is your champion. The runoffs in your Brodix Dual Shootout, sponsored by Kennedale Mansfield Plumbing. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, if you bought a ticket to the 50-50 drawing, go ahead and get your tickets out, because I've got the winning ticket in my hand right now. Your winner in the 50-50 drawing, ticket number 5346592. If you have that ticket in your hand, come see us in Race Control. Ticket number 5346592. Come see us in Race Control. Well, I've got a couple special guests up here in the tower with me, Brad and Melissa Young. And we're about to do a raffle for a generator benefiting, what was it one more time? Urgent Animals of Fort Worth. And I'm going to turn the mic over to them.
Hey everybody, this is Mo. I want to thank y'all so much. Y'all have been so gracious to us this weekend, and I just want you to know I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for contributing to helping the animals at the Fort Worth shelter. It means a lot to us to be able to come out and set up a booth and to participate in the events today, and you guys coming by and donating money or buying a ticket for the generator raffle. We really appreciate it.
Tell them you're going to do the drawing and announce the name. All right.
Well, we're fixing to do the drawing. So if you got a ticket, get it out.
No, you're announcing their name.
Oh, well, never mind then.
Pull it open and tell them who the lucky winner. The generator's at my trailer.
Hold that. Rodney Horton, you need to go see Brad Young at his trailer and pick up your prize. You have won a generator, a Honda 3000 generator. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please rise and remove your caps, as we're going to take it to Lord. Father God, we want to thank you for a beautiful day out here at Texas Motorplex, and Motorplex crew and all the racers and everyone else that has helped make this a successful event so far. Had a little bit of weather earlier on today and yesterday evening, but turned out to be a beautiful day for racing. We just ask you, Father God, that you be with the drivers and the track crew, and keep all of them safe and allow us to have a successful race day here at Texas Motorplex. In your son's glorious name we pray. Amen. So with that, we're going to fire up the first pair in our no box category. First round eliminations fixing to roll into the water box. Greg Biddison and Kenny Tier going to lead us off. A Ford versus Chevy battle. Is Biddison, Big Spring, Texas native. On the right side of the racetrack, dialed 603 in the 1987 Fox Body Mustang. Small block Ford power underneath the hood scoop. And Kenny Tier, that brand new Camaro. He's dialed 790 over on the left side. And Greg goes 092 red. Kenny's moving on to the next round. Kenny goes 796, 89 miles an hour. Kenny was 076 at the tree. Greg was 092 red. That is big time red. Again, one more time, if you got ticket number for the 50-50 raffle, if you got ticket number 534-6592, Suite 101. If you have for the 50-50 raffle, if you've got ticket 534-6592, please make your way to Suite 101 because you are the winner of the 50-50 raffle. Ryan Gleghorn and Wendell Docker out on the starting line. Couple of first-gen Camaros. Ryan on the left side, 619 the dial. Wendell dialed 716 over in the right lane. And Wendell goes 008 red. Ryan moves on to the next round. He just runs it out the back door, 618 at 109. Brings up Brian Nelson in the Love pickup truck. 670 dial. Mark Lavoie going to have to play catch up. The 81 wheel standing Camaro. She's dialed 530. You can watch that little Love pickup truck move. 10 points if anybody knows what Love actually stands for. Light utility vehicle. Close, Wes. Massive wheel stand out there from Mark Lavoie, bouncing that front end up and down a couple of times out there, dragging the bumper, tripping the 60-foot clocks with the rear tires. So Brian Nelson with a 12th thou package took the stripe by over a second and a half. That's over a second. That's a little excessive. Mark Lavoie probably going to have to tip him over at the top end of the racetrack to break the vacuum. But Brian Nelson, great run right there in first round, but a 12th thou package when you take the stripe by over a second. It's cutting it a little too close. Elvis Collins, left side, 97 Camaro, taking on Cassidy Edson. Elvis Collins is going to be banging his head against the side of the timing shack. He was 0.34 to Cassidy's 1.45 light. Elvis took the stripe by over a tenth and broke out by a little over 0.05 of a second. Just kept his foot to the floor and freight trained the finish line. And handing the win back over to Cassidy, who was dead onto the 5. But a 3-digit reaction time, normally no bueno. Scooter Hamlin in the Nova, 640 dialed. Derek Patton dialed 758 in the Camaro. So Scooter going to watch Derek move for just over 1 full second. Scooter playing catch-up, top into the racetrack. See Derek moving over a little towards the center line. Win light in a double breakout to Scooter. Well, the timing system goes out more digits than what I can see here, but they're both under the dial by 7 thou. The Scooter was 005 at the tree. Derek was 13. And Scooter with the win. Jake Howard, Love pickup truck, left side from Mr. Wendell's Motorsports. Taking on Marty F. in the Fox body over on the right side. Pair of green lights here. You see Jake down there at the top end working the throttle. He's going to get the round win. So he goes 62 on a 56 dial. Marty was 685 on a 679. And a little Love pickup truck for the Sandlin brothers. Mr. Wendell's Motorsports. It's moving on. Lance Burrell on the S10 taking on Joe Boner. Boner dialed 596. Burrell at 710. Neither one of them particularly stellar at the tree. Boner left first with a 66 light, 99.3 on the 96 dial. Lance 12 with a 6 on the 710, 2,000s, your margin of victory. And Joe Boner's moving on. Scooter Wilkins in the Firebird taking on Nolan Stokely. Nolan out of Humble, the Fox body, 738 dial, 630 going to be the target for Scooter. And Nolan 008 red. Scooter's moving on to the next round. 24.6 and a 6:30. Both of them a little too quick. But Nolan too quick at the starting line, so he goes home. Ted Fox in the Firebird. And Troy Morgan in the Monte Carlo. Going to be the next two. Give me a call our first round of door slammers. Attention to the pits. Door slammers, first round eliminations, we need you in the lanes. Door slammers, first round eliminations, we need you in the staging lanes, please. So Pam Rickman's going to be your winner of the 50-50 raffle here today. Congratulations to Pam. As Ted Fox goes 004 red in the Firebird. And Troy Morgan. 17 with a 9 on the 618 dial. Matt Dollison, Chevy Nova wagon. Taking on Blair Nelson in the Camaro. Blair just got married here recently. Blair's out front. Matt's got to play catch-up down there. And he's going to get the job done. Blair got there first. Broke out by 2, hon. Matt goes 23-8 on a 22. Punches his way into the next round. Wayne Pratt and Kenny Boner. Going to be the next pair. A couple of first-gen Camaros. A couple of 67s. Wayne over on the left side, 641 dial in the white machine. Good looking black car over on the right side of Kenny Boner, dialed 618. And it looks like Kenny Boner was some sort of driveline issue as he left the starting line. You heard the RPMs go to the moon. Pulls over out of the groove wisely. And Wayne Pratt shuts her down early, 660. Only 83 miles an hour, and he'll move on to the next round. Be down for just a second as we get Kenny Boner's machine off of the racetrack. The track's all clear. Kevin Martin and Coach Tim Ray, your next two. Coach in the Camaro. 2002 model out of Houston. He's dialed 651. Going to get about one yellow bulb head start. Is Kevin a little altered? Dialed in at 6 flat. Ooh, coach, 11 to 46 advantage at the tree. Took the stripe by 600ths and broke out by 3. 48-5 on a 51. Kevin Martin going to get the round win. He was dead on with a 5. But a big advantage at the starting line for Tim Ray. John Long and Drew Porcher, your next pair. Couple of pickup trucks. John Long on the right side. 646 dial. Porcher trying to go 636. Over to square body style. Attention to the pits one more time. We need our door slammers first round. If you are not in the lanes, we need you immediately. Door slammers first round. We need you immediately. Win line here to John Long. Had the advantage at the starting line by 3 hun. Porcher broke out by a hun. You just spit some. So John Long, 648. Brings up Jay Robinson in the Barracuda. Supposed to be alongside of Gary Whitford over there in the 69 Camaro. Gary Whitford going to be pushed back behind the water box. How about Jay Robinson? Nobody in the other lane goes 009 on the tree, dead on with a 3, and a 12th thou package. John Long Jr., 67 Camaro. AAA side of the racetrack, Robert Archie over on the left side in the 68 model. It's dialed 750. So Robert Archie was 238 at the tree and then goes 708 on a 750 dial. To say he missed the setup a little bit would be a kind of an understatement. John Long, not a stellar reaction time. 088 at the tree, goes 45 on a 37, but he's going to get the round win right here. Your first pair up in round number 1 of our door slammer category. Ty Casey in the Nova, taking on Will Carroll, the 67 Camaro. $671 going to be the dial for Will. 603 number for Ty Casey. Win line here, Ty Casey, 605.8 on a 603. He was 21 at the starting line. Will Carroll was 40 at the tree, 74 on a 71. Not quite enough to get around the Nova. And Mystery Man in the left side taking on Kenny Shefford. So Dylan Bontrager over on the left side. He's dialed 611. Staging duel. Neither Dylan nor Kenny wants to go in. Kenny's in. Dylan's in. And Dylan goes red. Kenny moves on. Sits 6 flat with a 4 on a 602. Rustin Mays and Bryson Parks going to be your next pair. Bryson Parks left side in that good-looking 73 Camaro. Attention to the pits. Blue Dragsters, first round. Blue Dragsters, first round eliminations. We need you in the lanes. Blue Dragsters, first round eliminations to the lanes, please. Parks, 556 to dial. 654 for Rustin Mays for Kennedale Mansfield Plumbing. Green lights a pair. Bryson in hot pursuit. Top end, win light, Bryson Parks. Like Rustin got on the brakes a little harder than he wanted to down there at the top end. Still couldn't scrub off enough. 53-2 on a 54. And Bryson dead on with a 9. We'll move into round number 2. Brad Young and Jeremy Winsky. Winsky left side in the Vega. Young right side in the Vega. Winsky getting a 4/10 head start. 637 to 598 the dial. Brad Young hikes the front end. Giving chase, top end. Brad Young turns on the win light. 99.3 on the 98. 38.8 on the 37. For Jeremy, so he goes home. Brad Young is moving on. Eric Sandlin, little S10 pickup truck, 633 dial in. No name for the roadster on the right side. Little Roaster trying to chase down the pickup. Big into the racetrack. Winlight Eric Sandlin. Pretty much dead even at the starting line. 4 thou separating them. 34-4 on a 33 for Eric. 0-4-8 on a 5-0-2 for the Roadster. And Eric marches on to round number 2. Kevin Scott. 57 Corvette Roadster. 582 cubic inch Sunset Racecraft power plant. Taking on Todd Irwin with the big wheel standing 67 Camaro top end of the racetrack. And that big wheel standing Camaro just wheel standed its way onto the trailer. Todd Irwin going home. Kevin Scott had the advantage at the starting line. 98.8 on the 97. Good enough for the round win. John Martin coming up in the Trailblazer, taking on Brian Hughes, 71 Pinto. Almost 3 seconds the head start. The Blazer's going to get 9 flat to 630 on the dial ends. Win line here to Brian Hughes, 37-3 on the 630 dial. Only 9 thou, your margin of victory. John Martin was 902 on a 9 flat, but 92 at the starting line. Brings up Ray Martinez and Steve Morris. Morris in the Nova, Martinez in the Vega. Cool paint job on that Vega for Ray. Guys, remember, if you do bow out in first round, you do have the ability to buy back into the second round. You can, again, if you bow out in first round of no box, you can buy back into the second round. Winlight Steve Morris was 008 at the tree. 6081 on a 607. Errol Bracey. The Dodge Dart over on the left side. Small block Chevy powered 67 Camaro of Rylan McClaskey over in the right lane, running for Lakeside Collision Center. See his dad Mark back there behind the car. We're going to see Mark a little bit later on when the dragsters come up. Rylan purging the nitrous on his machine. Winlight Rylan McClaskey. How about this? Rylan was trip, zip, perfect on the tree. 86.6 on the 83 dial. Errol was 220 at the tree and broke out trying to get there. Still couldn't do it as Rylan moves on. Josh Caldwell, Bob Gilmore, your next pair. A couple of Camaros coming at you. Caldwell dialed 550, Gilmore at 575 over on the left side. Winlight Josh Caldwell, how about dead one for him? 16-25, the advantage at the tree for Caldwell. Gilmore breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Wouldn't have mattered. Caldwell got there 7 thou ahead of him. So Caldwell moving on. Sitting in the water box, we got Jody Patterson. So Jody dialed 579, Chris Minshew in the pickup truck, trying to go 568. And Chris has some work to do. Not going to get it done. How about Jody Patterson, a 9 foul package, 007 at the tree, dead on with a 2 at the finish line. So Jared Wilson and Jerry Lee Goss, your next pair. Jerry in the Vega, 562 dial, 504. Number for Jared Wilson in the roaster. Pitch in the pit, second call. Blue Dragsters, if you are not in the lanes for first round eliminations, you are very late. Blue Dragsters, we need you in the lanes immediately. If you are not there, you are very, very tardy. Staging battle going on. Jared bumping his way in. Jerry doing the same. There, whop, whop, whop down there at the top end. Jared Wilson going to get the round win. Had the starting line advantage and the finish line advantage. 505 and a 504. Jerry was 63.9 on a 62. So Jared moves on. Brings up Eric Jones and Greg Swift. Swift on the right side. 715 the dial. Eric Jones on the S10 dialed 678. Win light here to Eric Jones. Greg Swift way off the pace. 715 the dial, 740 the ET. And Eric Jones was 002 at the tree. 84.9 on a 78. So great lap right there. And moves on to the next round. Wayne Gibson and Zach Martinez. Martinez in the Trans Am. Going to get a 2-second head start. Well, Wayne Gibson turns that altered loose. He was a runner-up here yesterday in the main event. He's down 527. And Wayne going to go another round here. How about Wayne? 005 on the tree. 29.2 on a 27. Lights that scoreboard. And he will go into round number 2. Jason Ochoa. Tony Controne. Next pair. Ochoa in the pickup truck. Controne right side. And the Camaro altered. Roadster rather. He's dialed 551. Jason at 618. And Tony Controne just couldn't scrub off enough speed at the top end. He breaks out by a Hun. Took the stripe by a Hun. So Jason Ochoa was 10 on the tree. He goes 19 with a 0 on a 618 dial. And he goes in to the second round. Brian Winsky and Billy Doucette. Doucette in the Camaro, 567 dial. Winsky trying to go 574 in the altered. Doucette with a big-time wheel stand. Car sashaying all over the racetrack at the top end. Not going to get the round win here. Winsky, 78-1 on a 74. He had an advantage at the starting line, 011 to 023. But Billy Doucette, car went hard right as soon as it let go of the trans brake. Was dancing all over the lane. And he's going home as a result. Brad Taylor in the Firebird taking on Mark Rodriguez in the Camaro. 677 to dial for Rodriguez, 650. That's what Brad Taylor's trying to run. That Bullard, Texas-based 89 Firebird. Win light here, Brad Taylor. Mark Rodriguez had the advantage at the starting line. Carried way too much at the finish line, holding 600s down there. Broke out by 4 thou. Brad Taylor, 53.5 on a 650 dial. For the round win, Derek Patton and Alan Sturgeon. Going to be the next pair. And you Super Pro guys, keep in mind.
We're doing buybacks in Super Pro also, you said, right?
Super Pro guys, both door cars and dragsters. You can buy back into the second round. Again, buybacks are available in Super Pro as well as no box. So Alan Sturgeon going to spot Derek Patton about 2 seconds at the starting line. If and when they make their way up into the stage beams. Throwing a beard up here. There it goes right in, lights both bulbs. And Derek goes big time red, 171 on the wrong side of the tree. Sturgeon goes down there and shuts the car off early. 529, only 103 miles an hour. He was 81 green. Not real sure what all that was about. Clark Munt in a Corvette Roadster. 663 dial. 636, the target for Jay Thornburg. 66 Chevy 2. And Clark's 001 red. Jay's moving on to the next round. 634, 109 miles an hour. A little too quick, but Clark turned on the evil red eye. Doesn't really matter that much. Jack Hughes in the shoebox Chevy taking on Kelly Kaiser. Throttle stop equipped Camaro at a level end. Kelly dialed 676. Jack at 644. Pretty good race on our hands here. Top end, you see Kelly on the brakes, and Kelly gave it back at the big end. 688, 105 miles an hour. Kelly was 001 on the tree. Jack, 18 bulb, goes 650 on a 644, only 98 miles an hour. Both of them scrubbing some speed at the big end. But Jack lights the scoreboard, and he moves on to the next round. Alan Bracey in the Camaro, taking on Donnie Evilsizer in the Nova. Win light here to Alan Bracey, dead on with a 2, 13 thou package, 011 at the tree. Donnie Evilsizer was 006, but a little further off the number, 608. On a 606 dial, Brad Roberts and James Cook. Pair of Camaros, first gen and a third gen coming at you. First gen on the right side, that's Brad Roberts, 625 dial. Third gen left side, that's James Cook, 549 the dial. And James Cook has some work to do here. Top end, not going to get there. Brad Roberts had a big-time advantage at the starting line, 16 to 59. Dead on with an 8. James Cook couldn't get there. Wouldn't have really mattered if he did. Justin Bromley, Tim Guthrie, your next two. Bromley in the Nova, Guthrie in the Vega. Bromley going to watch Guthrie move. 627 the dial. 562 for Justin. And Justin goes 006 red. Tim Guthrie's moving on to the next round. 29-3 on a 27. Justin was 57-7 on a 62, rather. Devin Bellamini coming up on the right side in the Chevelle, taking on Damian Shopi. I don't know if that's how you say it, but that's what I'm going to go with. Damian Shopi in the little Charger over on the left side. 645 dial. He's going to watch the Chevelle move. 678, the number for Devin. Damian taking himself a snoozer at the starting line, 157 light. Devin was 005, 683 with a 6 on a 78. And Devin moves on. Damian too quick, but anything but quick at the starting line. Corey Marr, Scooter Hamlin, your next pair. Scooter in the pickup truck, 637 dial. Corey in. That's 69 Camaro. 577 dial in. And Corey goes 006 red. Scooter's going to move on to the next round. 39 with a 0 and a 37 dial. Corey was 74-7 on a 77, but when that red bulb comes on, 9 times out of 10, that means your day is done. And Corey's is. Keep saying their day is done. A lot of these guys probably going to buy back into the second round of eliminations. Heath Phillips, Leroy O'Brien, your next pair. Leroy in the El Camino, Heath in the Beretta. Just a touch over half a second, the head start going to Leroy. Pretty good race on our hands here, top end. Winlight Heath Phillips. 6 flat with a 2, 599 dial. 2 thou separating them at the tree. 54th thou separating them at the finish line. Robert Watson and Cliff Lovelace. Cliff in the Camaro, dialed 617. Robert in the Vega trying to go 596. Winlight here going to Cliff Lovelace. He was 005 at the tree. 19 with a 3 on a 617 dial. 97.7 for Robert Watson. Not quite enough. 2 thousandths of a second. Your margin of victory. Alyssa Young. Taking on that little roadster on the right side. Alyssa in the Monza, 572 dial. Roadster trying to go 568. Winlight here to Melissa. Little roadster just absolutely could not run the number. 595 and a 568. Melissa, 200ths of a second in the bag at the starting line. Eased off the throttle towards the top end. 585 on a 572. Mike Badeau and Rick Huffman going to be your next two. Rick in a 69 Camaro. For accelerated graphics over on the right side, Mike Badeau. That big heavy Chevelle, 712 dial in. And Rick, 006 red, Mike 004 green. He was a little too quick, 711 on a 712. But Rick Huffman turned on the red light. And Mike Badeau goes another round. Riley Howard left side, 573 the dial. Taking on the Malibu right side, no name. Winlight here to Riley Howard. Had 100th at the starting line. 76.6. A 73 dial. Right lane a little further off pace both at the starting line and the finish line. Riley Howard moving on. Jeff Heffler in the Bronco. Win line here, Jeff Heffler, dead on with a 4. Had 200ths of a second at the starting line. Right lane breaks out, 81.4 and 83. Going to bring up Robbie Lopez and Phil Pennington. Lopez and the Nova, 654 the dial in, 509 going to be the target for that good-looking little roadster of Phil Pennington. Win light, Robbie Lopez. Dead even at the starting line. Lopez ahead by 2 thou at the finish line. 57.2 on a 54. We're in the middle of round number 1 of the ADP Carburetors. Sunday main event. Randy Tanksley, Chad Sandlin. Next pair up. Tanksley and the dragster. Dialed 461. Sandlin in the pickup. Trying to go 637. So Randy playing a little catch-up here. You see the nose of the truck dip at the top end, and Chad Sandlin going to turn on the win light. 39.8 on a 37. He was 009 at the tree. Randy Tanksley, 23 at the tree. Not quite enough to get around him. Jody Cernock and Johnny Azell going to be your first complete pair of dragsters. As we roll into the dragster portion of our Super Pro category, the main event. Sponsored by ADP Carburetors. Whop, whop, whop down there for Johnny Azell. He was 008 at the tree and dead on with a 0. Got way over by the center line. Jody Cernock, 86.2 on the 88 dial. A little too quick. Not quite enough at the starting line. Mike Biorum, Stephen Bryant, going to be the next pair. Bryant left side, Denver City, Texas native, 469 dial. Mike Biorum, longtime runner out here at Motorplex. Another big block Chevy powered rear engine entry. Mike trying to go 516. So Steven got to play a little catch-up. Top end won't happen. Mike Bjorn going to get the round win with a 14-thou package. 13-thou package, actually. If we're trusting my math, it's going to be a long day. Mike was 007 at the tree, dead on with a 6. Great lap right there. Stephen Bryant, not a bad light, 16 at the tree, 71.7. On a 69, you do the math. 0.03 of a second, Mike Bjorn. Round winner, Rusty Baxter. Bob Chance. Baxter over on the right side. Racecraft Chassis Dragster, 455 the dial. And Bob Chance made the trip down from Odessa, 463 the number for him. Good looking race here, top end win light, Bob Chance. Rusty Baxter took the stripe by 300 and broke out by just a little more than 1/100th of a second. 65.3 on a 63 for Bob. Good enough to turn on the win light and go in to round number 2. Cameron Lyles and Larry Edson. Next pair up, 64. The dial in for Cameron, 61. Going to be the number for Larry. Your win light here to Cameron Lyles, 465.5 on a 64 dial. Larry Edson had a slight advantage at the starting line. Got there first, but broke out by 0.09 of a second. Aaron G. and Jason McFarland. Next pair up out of the water box. Jason trying to go 459. Aaron at 476 over on the left side. Attention to the pitch. Brad Clark and John Long Jr. You are needed in Suite 101. Brad Clark and John Long Jr. You are needed in Suite 101. Aaron G. getting the round win. 009 light, 78.6 on a 76. And Jason McFarland, a little further off in both respects. Jeremy Smith, Brad Clark, your next two. Jeremy's over in the right lane. Levelland, Texas native. Trying to go 473. Watching Brad, gentleman from Brandon, Mississippi, leave first. 003 red for Jeremy. 001 green for Brad. Top end. How about that? There is your top package of the day so far. Brad Clark, 001, dead on with a 0. That is a 1-thou package. And that is as close to perfect as you can get in bracket racing without actually being perfect. Trip west left side. No name right side. Trip down 512. Right lane at 485. Win line here, right side. Not a whole lot Tripp could do after they left the starting line. 18 to 63, the advantage at the tree. With the car on the right-hand side, 86.6 on the 85. Tripp was dead on with a 3. But in bracket racing terms, fairly tardy at the tree. Jim Calloway and Mike Pennington, your next two. Calloway left side in the white machine, 523 dial, 463. With Mike Pennington. Thinks his Lavernia, Texas-based entry is going to run. Pennington closing fast, top end, going to get the win here. 6th thou. The advantage at the starting line for Mike, 64-2. On a 63, beats a 524-7 on a 523. J.R. McCabe and Cody Harger. Next pair up, Texas versus Louisiana battle here. J.R. left side out of New Caney, 458 dial. Cody over on the right side out of West Monroe, Louisiana. Trying to go 485. So Cody Harger perfect at the tree and a little too quick on the racetrack. So he gets the round win. Not going to go to the top of the pack. $1 million time trial. J.R. McCabe goes 007 red. Kyle Gibson right side, Jason Montgomery left side. Going to leave the starting line almost at the exact same time. One more time, Brad Clark and John Long Jr., you are needed in Suite 101. Brad Clark and John Long Jr. to Suite 101. Kyle Gibson on the right side, all the way down from New York City. Trying to make an impression on the Texans. See what he can do. He can go out in first round. That's what he can do. So Kyle Gibson goes down there, takes a stripe, breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. They were pretty much dead even at the starting line. Montgomery, 2 hunt over. Good enough for the round win. Attention to the pits. Purple Dragsters. First round eliminations. We need you in the staging lanes. Purple Dragsters. First round eliminations. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Amber Smith, Hunter Patton. Next pair. Hunter on the left side. Amber over on the right side. Hunter had issues in the final round of the 64-car shootout earlier today. See if they've got those issues resolved. He's dialed 482. She is dialed 470. No issues here for Hunter. 001 at the tree. 85-2 on the 82 dial. Amber was closing fast. 472 at 141. Couldn't quite get there. And Hunter Patton will move on to the next round. J.D. McNeil and Cassie Pennington. McNeil left side, 528 dial, 470 the number for Cassie. And Cassie goes 008 red. JD's moving on to the next round. 530, 127 miles an hour. Brings up Will Carroll left side in the Ardmore, Texas-based dragster. Dialed 463. Daniel Martinez over on the right side out of Houston. Trying to go 492. Carroll going to get around Daniel Martinez right here, 64-6 and a 63. Had the advantage at the starting line and at the finish line. So he will move on. David Pipkins and Kenny Probst. Probst left side, Pipkins over on the right side. Just about a tenth of a second head start going at David Pipkins. Double 04 red for Pipkins. Probst going to get the round win here. He's just going to run around down through there. 5 flat with a 6, 137 the speed. Pipkins was dead on with a 1. But 004 at the tree. So he's going home. David Johns and Doug Lawrence. Next pair coming at you. Johns AAA side of the racetrack, 452 the dial for that car. And Doug Lawrence trying to run 474. Doug Lawrence with the round win right here. He was 003 at the tree. Had the advantage there. He goes 75 on a 74. 13 thou package. Pretty stout run for Doug Lawrence. David Johns, not quite enough. And he's going home. Mark McClaskey and Brandy Ray going to be the next pair. Mark on the left side, Brandy over on the right. Brandy dialed 503. Mark trying to go 490, running for Lakeside Collision Center. Win light here to McClaskey. Slight advantage at the starting line. Actually went to Brandy Ray. She was a little further off pace. Mark goes 92.2 on a 490 dial. And by 7th thou, Mark McClaskey is moving on. Jim Moffitt. Small block Chevy powered dragster. That's the blown alcohol machine. 425 dial. He's taking on Tyler Thorpe. Tyler dialed 467. Jim pre-stage. Tyler going to inch his way up into the beams. And Jim Moffitt with a 007 light moving all over the racetrack down there. I think he drove a quarter mile to go in 8th. He was 007 on the tree, but can only run a 450. 155 miles an hour. Tyler Thorpe moving on. 475 on a 467 dial. Brings up Nathan Martin and Kevin Thorpe. Kevin on the left side. Going to watch Nathan move a little more than a tenth of a second. Nathan dial 466, running for Mike Carlson Motor Cars. And Kevin Thorpe is going to take out Nathan Martin. 007 to 13 on the tree. Great lights a pair. 55.8 on a 54. Beats a 67.5 on a 66. Great drag race right there. And Kevin Thorpe coming out on top. Joe Kozlowski, Danny Allen. Next pair out on the line. Danny over to the right side out of Stephenville. .482 dial. Danny trying to go .452. Joe trying to go .452. Joe goes 006 red. Danny .485 for the round win. Nick Smith and Craig Lyles going to be the next pair. Craig dialed .445. TNT chassis machine. Over to Pennzoil side. TNT, one of our many contingency sponsors here this weekend. And Nick Smith, .467 dial in over to AAA side. Nick goes 27 red. Craig's moving on. Dead on with a 4. 31 at the tree. Nick goes 469. 135. Craig into round number 2. Tanner Thorpe, Shannon Walker coming up now. Shannon over on the right side. Tanner over on the left side. Tanner down 459. Shannon at 499. And Tanner Thorpe goes dead on with a 1. Shannon Walker, 7th thou too quick. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. Tanner still got there first. 18 to 38, 200s. The advantage at the starting line. And Tanner moves on. Randall Reed and Renee Reinfort, your next pair. Randall over on the left side, down 455. Renee at 483 over to AAA side of the racetrack. Renee Reinfort getting the round win here. Randall first off the line. He was 004, but Renee 85-2 on the 83 to Randall's 58-5 on a 55. 7th thou. Margin of victory. Renee is moving on. Roy Martinez and Dylan Bontrager. Dylan left side, Roy right side. Roy trying to go 5'10". Dylan trying to go 486. light here, Roy Martinez. Dylan was 007 red. Roy runs a little too quick, but doesn't really matter because Dylan turned on the red light. 5:07 at 134, and Roy is into the next round. Leonard Greathouse, Terry Pollard. Terry over on the right side, another one of those American chassis dragsters. Another one of our fantastic contingency sponsors out here. Big block Chevy Power. Terry dialed 457, Leonard at 498. Leonard goes 15 red. Terry's moving on to the next round. Dead on with a 6. 035 light. Leonard 15 on the bad side. Joanna Tinsley and Justin Frost, your next pair. Justin over on the right side. Joanna over on the left side. She's dialed 482. He's dialed 459. Justin's got some ground to make up. Top end, not going to happen. Joanna Tinsley. 32-63 advantage at the starting line. And she's going to get the round win. 83.5 in the 82. Justin was 460 on a 459. Wayne Green left side. Blown alcohol machine. 525 the dial. And Kurt Harvey trying to go 490. On the AAA side of the racetrack. Wayne's way late at the tree. He was 206 and then goes way too quick. 483 on a 525. Kurt was 008 off the throttle early. 493 on a 490 for the round win. Mike Eccles, Chris Snyder, your next pair. Snyder left side. Young man out of Austin, Texas, 476 dial. Mike trying to go 463. And Mike goes 007 red. Snyder is moving on. 477.7. 141 the speed. Cortland Carter, Steve Harvey, your next pair. So Carter over the left side, throttle stop machine, 597 dial in. Steve Harvey, Miller chassis car. Over to AAA lane. Very good lights here. Top end win light going to go to Steve Harvey. 008, 81.4 and a 79. And Cortland Carter, 599.9 on a 597. Not quite enough. 17 on the tree. Steve Harvey moving on. Dale Skates and Bob Koski going to be the next pair. Koski over on the left side. Allen Chassis Mopar powered entry. He's down 502. Skates with one of those undercover chassis machines that a Kurt Dameron shot. 491 the dial. And Bob Koski going to get the round win. Looks like Dale Skates may have gave it back to him down there. Scrubbed off too much speed after a 004 light, and by 1/1000th of a second, Bob Koski goes dead on with a 3 and gets the round win. So Colin Williams coming up in the right lane, taking on a mystery racer over on the left side. 517 dial for Colin, 511 for the left side. And Colin Williams with some sort of breakage. Pulls over by the wall. Left side's going to get the round win. 516.7 on a 511. Shame for Colin. He was 12 on the tree. So the run was looking good as soon as he let go of the trans brake, but shortly thereafter encountered issues. RPMs went skyward. Very wisely pulled the car over by the wall. Real quick while it's quiet, guys, remember you can buy back in both No Box and Super Pro if you do happen to bow out in the first round. Bart Nelson, Justin Bromley going to be your next pair. Bromley right side, 452 dial in for the New Mexico native. Bart down from the Houston area, 480 dial over on the left side. Justin trying to play catch up on the top end. You betcha. He's going to get there by 17/10,000ths of a second. Dead on with a 7. Slight advantage to Bart at the starting line. Justin able to drive around him at the stripe. And just barely take the round win. Johnny Carter, Kevin Wilson, your next two. Johnny, another throttle stop machine. Over to Pennzoil lane, 609 dial in. Going to leave first, going to watch the car grunt for a few hundred feet. Then go back wide open throttle. as Kevin closes in on him. Kevin Dowd's 486 on the AAA side of the racetrack. And Johnny's got his work cut out for him here. Not going to happen for him. Kevin Wilson was 11 on the tree. Johnny dead late, 99 at the starting line. Kevin goes 490 on a 486. Johnny was dead 4. But when you're 99 and the other guy's 11 at the starting line, most of the time, your day's going to end right there. And that's the case for Johnny as Kevin Wilson moves on. Chad Hankins, John Blankenship, going to be the next pair. Blankenship left side, Hankins over on the right. Chad Dowd 464, John at 472. Blankenship goes red, Hankins 005 green, and then one foul. Too quick, but still gets a win light as a result of John Blankenship being too eager to leave the starting line. Mike Crater and Drew Porcher. Drew driving a little Maverick, 708 dial. Going to get a huge head start before Mike Crater takes off. Mike over the right side for C&W Stoneworks. 467 the dial. Big black Chevy powered machine. Attention the pits, no box, round 2, we need you back in the lanes. No box, round 2, we need you back in the lanes, please. Just to clarify, we need winners and buybacks in the lanes for no box. No box, round 2. Winners and buybacks to the lanes, please. Drew Porcher, 005 red. Mike Crater was 002 on the tree. Then 7th out too quick. But still moves on. Reagan Whitman and Mike Carlson waiting patiently in the water box. Reagan left side, 463 dial. Mike trying to go 452. Them taking their time, rolling up into the beams. We got us a race here, top end. Win light to Mike Carlson, dead on with a 4. Reagan a little further off, 65 and a 63. Just 1/1000th of a second separating them at the starting line. And Mike Carlson goes on to the next round. Attention the pits. Any last minute bidders that would like to get in on the silent auction, it will be closing in 10 minutes. Again, anyone who would like to get in on the silent auction, it will be closing in 10 minutes. Excuse me, 20 minutes, not 10 minutes. So Mike Reiser left side, Ike Peach right side, top end, win light in a double breakout. Mike Reiser was 003. Ike was 023. And Mike better on the racetrack, closer to the dial, 85.3 on the 86. Ike was 69.1 on a 70 dial. So 2 thou. Your margin right there. Donnie Burleson left side, Casey Swift right side. Donnie in the American chassis car, 467 dial. 529 the number for Casey Swift. And Casey goes 001 red. Donnie 008 green. Goes 64 with a 7, 148 miles an hour for the round win. Brings up Brian Hughes right side. Mark Jacinto over in the left lane. Mark going to get about a second head start, 575 to 464 on the dials. Win light here to Mark Jacinto. 78 on a 75. Brian was 66 on a 64. 14/10,000th. Your margin of victory right there. Brings up Joe Peters left. Jeremy Smith right. Win light here, Jeremy Smith, 15 thou package. He was 005. 56-0 on a 55. Joe Peters a little further off. He's going home. Jeremy Smith into the next round. Brandon Bass right side. Rick Huffman left side. Brandon for Brando's Custom Paint out of Universal City. Sponsoring our Best Appearing Dragster Award here this weekend. He's down 488. Rick Huffman left side for Accelerated Graphics. Trying to go 483. Pretty much dead even at the starting line. Top end, win light, dead for Rick Huffman. Brandon Bass had him at the starting line ever so slightly. 489 on a 488, not quite enough, and 11/10,000ths of a second. The margin of victory for Rick Huffman brings up Stephen Hughes left and Greg Roberts right. Greg trying to go 498, Stephen at 482. Greg taking his time, rolling into the beams. Now he flickers the bulb. Then he goes 16 red. Stephen Hughes, 003 green. Top end, he goes a little too quick. 481 on a 482. But a great light nonetheless for Stephen. Greg's going home. Red lights his way out of first round. Peeps Pennington and Kyle Rickman, your next pair. Kyle left, dial 439. Peeps in the right, dial 457. You heard Peeps whop the throttle down there. Saw that Kyle wasn't quite going to catch him. 458 on a 457. Had 300s in the bag at the starting line. Good enough to keep the front of that dragster out there for the round win. Mike Calloway left, Chase Huffman right. Calloway, 486 dial, 493 going to be the number for Chase. Attention to the pits, final call for no box. Round number 2 eliminations, that includes round 1 winners and buybacks. We need you in the lanes. No box, round 1 winners and buybacks. We need you in the lanes, please. Win light here, Chase Huffman had the advantage at the starting line and goes dead on with a 5. Great lap for Chase. Mike a little bit too quick, wouldn't have mattered anyway. Rustin Mays for KMP, Kennedale Mansfield Plumbing, over the AAA side. KMP sponsored our dual shootout runoff, which was won by the guy that just went down that same lane in front of Rustin Mays. Rustin dial 484, Brittany Blakely over on the left side, 540 the dial. And Rustin goes dead on with a 1. Starting line advantage went to Brittany. Rustin better on the racetrack. Comes around her at the top end, and he moves on to the next round. Gina Mont right, Steve Adams left. She's dialed 471. He's dialed 489. Win light here, Steve Adams. Gina Mont took the stripe and broke out. 12th out, too quick. Steve, 91 on the 89 for the round win. Brings up Jimmy Nobles and Ricky McNeil. McNeil left side. 514 dial in. Jimmy trying to go 478. Lawson chassis dragster out of Belton for Nobles Motorsports. Over in the right lane. Ricky closing fast on the big end. You betcha. 004 light. Jimmy closing fast. Jimmy goes 004 on the tree. 480 on a 478. Ricky a little further off pace in both reaction time and elapsed time. So Jimmy gets around him and moves on to the next round. We got Ethan Marr left side taking on Johnny Easel. Over the right lane. Johnny dialed 490. Ethan at 481. And Johnny going to get around Ethan here. How about a 009 and dead on with an 8. 17 thou. Great run right there for Johnny. Ethan, no slaps, was 14 on the tree, 83.6 on the 81 dial. But Johnny just too much. Comes around him at the top end. Johnny G left side, Mike Pennington right. 0.03 of a second head start going to Johnny. 478 dial for the left lane. Mike over the right side, trying to go 475. And Johnny's got some work cut out for him. Not going to happen here. Mike Pennington gets around him. Attention to the pits. All racers, when you come up, make sure your belts are tight and all of your safety equipment is worn as it's supposed to be. Do not come up here with loose belts and missing safety equipment. You will not be allowed to run. So Chad Branham coming up on the left side. 540 dial, right side dialed 490. Wind light here right side, 92-1 on a 90. Orville Bowers coming up in the right lane, taking on Sam Ray. We're on the Pennzoil side. Sam dialed 492, Norville at 486. Win line here, Norville Bowers. Sam Ray couldn't quite run the number. She was 005 on the tree. Looked like the car kind of fell on its face out there about halfway down the racetrack. 527. Only 136 miles an hour. Norville off the throttle early. 5 flat with a 0. 119 the speed. Cliff Lovelace left. Danny Martinez right, your next pair. Danny getting 0.4 of a second head start. 497 the dial. 457 for Cliff. Mini staging battle going on here. Cliff's in. Danny's in. Win light, Danny Martinez. Double breakout. Danny 3 thou under, Cliff 9 thou under. Cliff took the stripe by 2 hun, had about a hun in the bag at the starting line. Fortunately for him, his day is done. Kerry G and Thomas Marlowe, your next pair. Kerry trying to go 484, Thomas a 483. racers, when you come up, please make sure that all proper safety equipment is worn and your belts are tight. Top end win light, Thomas Marlowe. How about this? Marlowe was 003 on the tree and left second. Carey was 002, took the stripe by almost a tenth of a second, and broke out by 9 foul. She is not going to be pleased with herself. As Marlowe, 490 with a 9. On the 83 for the round win, Dylan Lee and Rusty Branham. Branham in the dragster, 493 dial in, 722 going to be the target for Dylan Lee. Win light here, Dylan Lee, 724. On a 722 dial, Rusty Branham breaks out trying to get there. 89 on the 93, and that will do it. Round number 1 in Super Pro. Round number 2 in no box, fixing to come at you. They're sitting at the ready stripe. So your first pair in round number 2 of no box. We got Kevin Martin in the Roadster and Mark Lavoie in the Camaro going to lead us off. Kevin dialed 598, Mark at 528. Mark went up, and away on his first run. Apparently no damage to that Camaro. Mark had a major wheel stand. See if they got that thing tamed down any. He's going to spot Kevin Martin just a little over one of those yellow amber bulbs. You guys running in the stands on the right side of the racetrack, you need to stop. And Mark Lavoie with another big-time wheel stand car, dancing all over the place, way out of the groove, over by the wall. Wisely backs out of the throttle. Kevin Martin going to get the round win as he goes 6:17, 94 miles an hour. Mark Lavoie going home, but put on a good show for the fans, both of his runs. Hey, you guys running in the stands, you need to stop. Jake Howard in the pickup truck, 656 dial. Wendell Docker, 69 Camaro, 714 the dial. Jake trying to run him down top end. Not going to happen. Wendell Docker dead on with a 0. Wow, great lap for Wendell. Jake Howard had a very slight advantage at the starting line, but not quite enough to take out that Camaro. Wendell 36 on the tree, dead 0 for the round win. Joe Boner and Lance Barella. Barella in the S10 left side. Boner in that gorgeous 69 Camaro over in the right lane. And Boner 053 red. Lance Barella 7088 goes into the next round. Kenny Tier and Derek Patton going to be your next pair. Your left side. The latest version of the Chevy Camaro, dialed 790. Derek over in the right lane, 757 dial. Here Derek on and off the throttle down there, had a big time advantage at the starting line. 007 to 064 for Kenny. Kenny a little off pace, 803, 89 miles an hour, 769. Scrubbing about 20 miles an hour. Derek Patton, Nolan Stokely, Scooter Hamlin. Stokely over in the Fox body, 737 dial. Scooter dialed 639. Scooter playing catch-up, top end of the racetrack. Win light Scooter Hamlin. Nolan broke out trying to keep that Mustang out front, still couldn't do it. 40 with an 8 on a 639. Scooter's moving on. We're going to be in a hold for just a second here. Marty Flukinger, 003 red. Elvis Collins in the Camaro just coasts on at the top end, 681. 90 miles an hour. We're back. Greg Biddison, Ted Fox. Going to be your next pair. Ted in the Firebird, dialed 9 flat. Going to get about a 3-second head start. Greg in a small block powered Fox body Mustang. So Greg goes 66 red. Ted Fox keeps his foot to the floor, 902, 80 miles an hour at the top end. Greg coasts on through 701, 68 miles an hour. Brings up Scooter Wilkins left side, Cassidy Edson. Over in the right lane. Cassidy's dialed 649, Scooter trying to go 626. In round one of our no box round two technically of our no box category. The Lone Star Summer Shootout, presented by Scoggin Dickey Part Center Race Shop and Chevy Performance. And they both go red. Scooter 19 red, Cassidy 67 red. So Scooter's moving on. Goes 623, 108 miles an hour. Just kept his foot to the wood. All the way through the big end. Wayne Pratt, John Long, your next pair. So John Long, 648 dial in the S10 pickup truck. Wayne out of Blooming Grove trying to go 642 in that good-looking 67 Camaro. We got a race on our hands. Top end. Double breakout. Wayne Pratt, 6th thou under. John Long, 10th thou under. Winner, Wayne Pratt. Moving on. Round number 3, Robert Archie, left side. Facing off against John Long, Jr. over in the right lane. John dialed 637. Archie trying to go 690. And you can already hear John Long Jr. working that throttle down there. So he had a big-time starting line advantage over Robert. 079 to 177. 3-digit reaction time. This time that means your time slip's going to start with an L. And Robert Archie going home. John Long, 654 at only 94 miles an hour. Matt Dollison in the wagon. Taking on Ryan Gleghorn. Heads-up launch here. Both of them dialed 620. And they both too quick on the starting line. Dollison 046 red. Gleghorn's going to get the win because he's only 004 on the bad side. Tim Ray, Drew Porter, your next pair. Coach in the Camaro, 646. Dial for Tim. 634 going to be the dial in for Drew. And that little S10 pickup truck. Attention to the pits. Craig Lyles, you are needed at Suite 101. You have some prizes you need to pick up. Craig Lyles, again, you are needed at Suite 101. You have some prizes you need to pick up. One light here going to Drew Porter, dead on with a 3. Tim Ray had the advantage at the starting line. 48.9 on a 46, not quite enough. And Porter's moving on. Blair Nelson McNutt. They just got married here a little while back. She's over on the right side in that red Camaro, taking on Jay Robinson in the Barracuda. Win light in this one to Blair Nelson. How about Jay Robinson? Looked like he gave it back to her. He had the advantage at the starting line, 32 to 60. She was dead on with an 8. He was 59 on a 53. Down to only 91 miles an hour. Blair's moving on. Troy Morgan and Brian Nelson, your next pair. Brian in the love pickup. Troy in the Monte Carlo. Troy dialed 617. Brian at 674. You heard him whop, whop, whop on the throttle down there. Troy Morgan going to get the round win, 621. On a 617, he had the advantage at the starting line. Brian Nelson broke out, trying to keep that love truck out front. So he's going home. Troy Morgan's going on. Got a few giveaways coming here for you, so keep your ears on. One of our valve covers is going to be Aiden Vills. Speed Wax going to Hunter Patton. Outlaw Shifter and Cable, Paul Ratliff. The Optima Battery Charger going to Steve Hayes. Catch Can going to Rick Huffman. Clock to Steve Denton. Motorplex.
Wait, is this a giveaway or is this the auction?
Sorry, this is the silent auction winners. Aiden Vills won the valve covers. Hunter Patton, the Speed Wax. Paul Ratliff, the Outlaw Shifter and Cable. Steve Hayes, the Optima Battery Charger. Rick Huffman, the Catch Can. Steve Denton, the Clock. Steve Denton also, Motorplex 30th Anniversary Fall Nationals ring. Mark McClaskey won some hydro-dipped valve covers. Danny Allen won both the black throttle return bracket and the chrome throttle return bracket. Tommy Phillips, the arc switch panel. Stephen Hughes, 6 cans of tire shine. Hunter Patton, Jiffy Tide hoses. Craig Allen, the valve covers. Brian Nelson, the ballast bracket. DeMarcus Rogers, the pit pal. Brian Nelson, the cable plate. Jamie Huffman, candle lanterns. Brian Nelson, the shield. And Hunter Patton, ATF tranny fluid. Again, if you just heard your name, you have won an item via the silent auction, and you need to make your way into Suite 101. So your first pair up of our door cars in our Super Pro category. Will Carroll left side. Malibu over on the right. Carroll dialed 672. Malibu at 606. The Malibu goes red. Will Carroll's going to be moving on. He goes 673 with a 101 miles an hour. And right lane just going to idle on down through the top end. Tony Controne, Bryson Parks. They're on the starting line. Parks dialed 555. Tony at 548. Pair of Camaros coming at you. Roadster over on the right side. That's Tony. Good looking 73 on the left side. That's Bryson. Tony's got some work to do. Top end, not going to happen. Bryson Parks was 002 on the tree. 56.5 on a 55 dial. Tony was dead on with an 8. Made it close. 9th thou. But Bryson Parks is moving on. So Eric Sandlin, the pickup truck. 634 dial. Ty Casey in the Nova dialed 604. Sandlin getting 0.3 of a second head start. And Casey goes 007 red. Sandlin 003 green. 32 with a 9. 34 dial.
Huh?
Attention to the pits and the staging lanes. All racers, remember, we need to see taillights. All racers, your taillights must be on when you pull up into the water box. So Bob Gilmore coming up in the left lane. In the Camaro, small block Chevy power machine, 574 dial. Roadster over on the right side, 501. The target. Roadster going to get the win here. 009 light, 502.9 and a 501. Gilmore, not too shabby, 17 on the tree, but was 8 foul under and took the stripe by almost 200ths. So Bob Gilmore not going to be too pleased with himself. Jeremy Winsky, he's in the Vega, taking on Kenny Shepard. The Chevy 2 over on the right side. Again, racers, make sure your taillights are on when you come up to the starting line. Green lights a pair. Shepard giving chase. See if he can get there big in. Not going to happen. Dead on with a 1 for Jeremy Winsky. 14 thou package. So he moves on. Shepard's going home. Mark Rodriguez and Errol Bracey, your next pair. Bracey left, Rodriguez on the right. Errol's dialed 590 in the Mopar, 676 the target for Rodriguez in the GM product. Win light here, Rodriguez, 27 to 100. Advantage at the starting line. So big time hole shot, 79-1 on a 76. And Mark moves on to round number 3, Rustin Mays. For KMP, Kennedale Mansfield Plumbing, our dual shootout sponsor. A little bit earlier in the day, he's dialed 650. Brian Winsky in the Roadster. You're welcome, Max. I corrected it. 576 the dial for Brian. Rustin gets down there, 651. On the 650, pretty much dead even at the starting line. Brian was dead on with a 7, 0.02 of a second. Going to be your margin of victory right there. 5 thou. The advantage at the starting line for Rustin, but that was a difference maker. So he gets around him. Steve Morris in the Nova, taking on John Martin. Martin in the Trailblazer, 901 dial in, 607 the target for Morris. And Martin's 20 red. Morris is moving on to the next round. And he runs it out the back door, 604, 112 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Jeff Heffler and Mike Badeau. Badeau left side in the Chevelle, 711 the dial. Heffler trying to go 593. Attention the pits. Blue dragsters, need you in the lanes. Blue dragsters, we need you in the staging lanes. For round 2 elimination, the buyback round. Win light here, Jeff Heffler. Mike Badeau, oh my goodness. Mike Badeau, 0.03 of a second in the bag at the starting line. Took the stripe by 6 hun and broke out by 13 thousandths of a second. He's going to be banging his head against the timing shack at the top end of the racetrack as Jeff Heffler, 595 on a 593. Good enough to turn on the win light. Chris Minshew and Jack Hughes, your next pair. Minshew in the S10. Hughes in the shoebox. The big heavy shoebox, 644 the dial, going to leave first. There he goes. And there goes Chris. Green light's a pair. Chris has some work to do. Which one of them can drive the stripe better? Give it to Jack Hughes. Chris broke out trying to get there. Still couldn't quite get it done. 45-4. The 44 dial. And Jack Hughes is moving on. Eric Jones, Brad Roberts, your next pair. Brad in the Camaro, 625 dial, 677. Eric getting half a second head start. Win light here in a double breakout to Brad Roberts. Roberts was 001 on the tree. And 3 thou under the dial for the round win. So Zach Martinez in the Firebird, Brad Young in the Vega. And Martinez goes 007 red. Brad Young will be moving on to the next round. He goes 595, 109 miles an hour. Martinez was dead on with a 5, but 7 thou too quick on the tree. Brings up Ray Martinez and Jay Thornburg. Martinez over in the left lane, 628 dial in. Thornburg trying to go 634 in the Chevy Nova. Win light here to Ray Martinez, 28 dead on with a 0. He had a slight advantage at the starting line, 9 thou. Jay Thornburg too quick, and Ray Martinez moves on. So they left the starting line, literally nothing Jay Thornburg could do. James Cook in the Camaro taking on Brian Hughes in the Ford Pinto. Hughes over on the right side, dial 628. Cook trying to go 551. Cook doing some moving around out there in the left lane. With Brian Hughes getting the round win, 29-8 on 28. And James Cook, 554. 124 miles an hour. Car was doing a lot of moving around out there in the top end, but not quite enough to get around the pit. Oh, Melissa Young coming up in the Monza on the left-hand side, taking on Josh Caldwell. Caldwell on the 69 Camaro. He's dialed 549. She's dialed 571. And Mo Young goes 003 red. Caldwell, 4 thou too quick, 48.6. 124 the speed. He was 022 at the starting line. This win light came on as soon as he left the starting line because of Mo Young's red light. Alan Bracey and Clark Mont, your next pair. Bracey in the Camaro. Mont in that Corvette Roadster. He's dialed 663 on the throttle stop. Bracey trying to go 610. Win line here, Clark Mont, dead 7. 20 on the tree to Alan Bracey's 36, and then Alan goes 12 with a 6 on a 610 dial. Not quite enough to get around that always tough Corvette Roadster of Clark Mont. Kelly Kaiser and Tim Guthrie, going to be your next pair. Kaiser right side in the Camaro, Guthrie left side in the Vega. Attention in the pits. Blue Dragsters, if you're not in the lanes, we need you there immediately. Blue Dragsters, if you are not in the lanes, we need you there immediately. Both round 1 winners and buybacks. Couple of pretty good lights right here. See what happens on the top end. Win light, Tim Guthrie. 3 thou separate them at the starting line. 8 thou at the finish line. 30 with a 3 on a 29 for Guthrie. 77.4 on a 75 for Kelly. And Tim moves on to round number 3. Jerry Lee Goss and Donnie Evilsizer. Donnie Donnie's going to leave first, 606 dial, 563 for Jerry. In the Vega. Over on the left side. Only 2 thou difference at the starting line. Only 2 thou difference at the finish line. Dead 6 for Donnie. Dead 6 for Jerry. Donnie was 0-20 at the tree. Jerry was 22. And that was your margin of victory. As Donnie Evilsizer kept the nose of that Nova out front long enough to trip the win light. Jared Wilson in the Roadster. 503 dial. Jason Ochoa for Lethal Motorsports. 2000 Chevy S10, 617 dial in. Jason going to lead first by just over a second. Jared got to play catch up here. Top end, he's off the throttle early and for good reason. Big advantage at the starting line, 32-81. Jared getting around him. 063 on the 03 dial. Jason was 17 with a 9. Dead on the dial with a 9. But that race was won at the starting line by Jared Wilson. Billy Doucette and Scooter Hamlin going to be the next pair. Doucette over on the right side. Scooter on the left. Doucette dialed 566. Scooter at 538. Doucette's car hiked the front end up. Did a whole lot of moving around on his first round run. Bought back in, and here he is. Little wiggle down low for Doucette again. Not going to get around. Scooter Hamlin. Scooter, 39.6 on a 38. Billy, 68.1 on a 66. And Scooter puts him on the trailer. Moves on to the next round. Jody Patterson in a Ford Galaxy. Pennzoil side of the racetrack. 577 dial in. Taking on that good-looking Nova of Justin Bromley. 556. Dial in for the New Mexico runner. Win light here, Jody Patterson. Literally dead even at the starting line. 78.6 on a 77. Bromley a little further off pace. 560 on a 56. Not enough to get around that Ford Galaxy, and Jody's moving on. Robert Watson in the Vega. And Devin Bellamini in the Chevelle. Going to be the next two. 677 dial for Devin. 596 for Watson. Watson got to play some catch-up here. See which one of them can drive the stripe better. And it's going to be Devin. 79.2 on a 77. Watson was dead 5. But Devin much better on the starting line. 300's better. By 100th of a second, he's moving on. Wayne Gibson and Riley Howard. Gibson in the Roadster. 526 dial. So he's going to watch Riley move. 574 the dial for Riley Howard. Over the left side. Second gen Camaro. Doesn't look like either one of them even wants to pre-stage. Now, let's see who's going to stage first. Wayne's in. Riley's in. Wayne charging hard, top end. Can he get there? You betcha. Dead on with a 9. Wayne Gibson gets around a very tough Riley Howard. Slight advantage at the starting line. Actually went to Riley Howard by 4th thou. Wayne just much better on the racetrack. So he moves on and Riley Howard goes home. Heath Phillips, Derek Patton. Patton in the Maverick. 705 dial. 5 at 97. Going to be the target for Heath Phillips in the Beretta. Winlight, Heath Phillips, Derek Patton got there first, broke out by 7 thou. Heath Phillips was dead on with a 9. Great lap right there. But Derek Patton just a little too strong on the top end. And he's going home. Alan Sturgeon and Leroy Bryant. Next pair up out of the water box. So Sturgeon over on the right side, dial 505. O'Brien in the El Camino, big block Chevy powered machine, 669 the dial. Sturgeon's got to play catch up a little bit, top end of the racetrack. He is going to get around him as Leroy O'Brien absolutely freight trains the top end. 007 to 025, advantage at the starting line went to Leroy, took the stripe by 300ths and broke out by a mere 0.02 of a second. Alan Sturgeon getting around him and going into the next round. Corey Marr, Robbie Lopez, your next two. Corey Marr, young guy, 20 years old. Wonder if it's intimidating coming up against a guy that's been doing this a long time, and Robbie Lopez. Robbie dialed 655 in the Nova. Corey trying to go 575 in the Camaro. Corey's intimidated. He's not showing it. Top end. Winlight going to go to Lopez. Robbie dead on with a 1. Corey, 77-2 on a 75. Actually had the advantage on the veteran at the starting line, 18 to 31. But Robbie Lopez, too much on the racetrack as he gets around him and goes into the next round. Cliff Lovelace in the Camaro taking on Kevin Scott in the Corvette Roadster. Scott with Sunset Racecraft power on board, trying to go 596. Cliff dialed 617. Over to AAA lane. Not sure what was going on with Cliff Lovelace down there as he goes 551 at the tree. Goodness gracious, you can multiply Kevin Scott's reaction time by 50. It would almost be that. So Kevin Scott goes on very easily, 602, 596 dial. Brad Taylor in the Firebird taking on Phil Pennington in the Roadster. Build out 507, Brad at 655. Bill closing fast, top end of the racetrack. He's going to get there. 096 on a 507. 59.9 on a 55 for Taylor. Not quite enough. Chad Sandlin taking on Dylan Bontrager in your next pair. Dylan in the Malibu. Over on the right side, 611 dial. Chad in that good-looking S10. Mr. Wendell's Motorsports on board. Another one of our contingency sponsors. So Dylan was going to be tough from the word go right there. 008 on the tree. 13 with a 1 on the 611. Chad was 21 on the tree. 38.9 on a 37, but not quite enough to get the job done. Story of my life. But Dylan moving on to the next round. Brings up Jason McFarland in the dragster. Taking on another one of those cool-looking little roadsters over on the left side. And the roadster is into the wall in the left lane. No golf carts on the racetrack, guys. No golf carts on the racetrack. Clear a path. You saw the roadster get down there about the finish line. Looked like he may have hopped on the brakes, turned it sideways, and stuck it into the wall pretty good. So Jason McFarland turned on the wind light, but all eyes on the other lane.
Yeah, the car, I can't see.
Hey, you guys on the golf carts to the left side over here, we need you to move so the sweeper truck can get through. word from the top end, Don Baker is out of the car. He is A-OK. Safety equipment did exactly what it was designed to do. Protected the driver, directed the force away from him. So a tough break down there for Don. Looked like, from our vantage point up here, don't want to speculate, but something may have broke on that car. Made a hard left-hand turn into the wall past the 8th mile mark. And obviously we'll be down for a few minutes for a little bit of cleanup, but most important news of all, Don Baker is out of the car and is A-OK. again, just a quick rundown of all of our contingency sponsors here today, putting up $150 for each winner, $75 for each runner-up, and $50 for each semifinalist. Accelerated Graphics, American Race Cars, APD Carbs, Brodix, BTE Transmission, Capco Contractors, CBS ArcSave, Danny Nelson Racecraft Chassis, Farmers Insurance, Hoosier Racing Tire, HoustonCheapFireworks.com, Hughes Performance, Inkman Race Fuels, John W. Breimer CPA, K&N Filters, Lucas Oil Products, Marksman Custom Homes, Mike Carlson Motor Cars, Mazir Enterprises, Mr. Wendell's Motorsports, Pep Boys, Philco Race Services, Rafter P Construction, Rare Morrison Racing Engines, Scott's Precision Auto Body, Scoggins Dickey Parts Center Race Shop, Shady Oaks Bingo, Smiley's Racing Products, Strange Engineering, Sunoco Race Fuels. This is BracketRacing.com, TNT Supercars, and BP Racing Fuels. Please keep those companies in mind when making your next purchase. They are big-time supporters. The Lone Star Summer Shootout, presented by Scoggins Dickey Parts Center Race Shop and Chevy Performance, right here at Texas Motorplex. Hey guys, we're moments away from getting back to racing. Go ahead and load back up. Again, just a couple moments away from getting back to racing, so you guys have taken your jackets off and everything, understandably, because it's warm out there. Go ahead and load back up. We'll be back just a couple moments. So we're going to go back to racing now. First pair up, Mark McClaskey coming up on the left side for Lakeside Collision Center. 2009 TNT Supercar chassis machine. Mark dialed 489. And right side, mystery guy, not on file. Dialed 484.
Oh, Mark. Yeah.
And win light going to go to the right lane. Mark McClaskey was trip zip perfect on the starting line. Just could not run the number. 94-1 on an 89. Right lane getting the round win. Dead on with a 5. Was 20 on the tree. So he moves on. Mark McClaskey going home. David Pipkins, Aaron G. Aaron on the left side, 479 dial. David trying to go 502. Over on the AAA side of the racetrack. David Pipkins, 503 dial. Bumping in. Aaron G, left side, trying to go 479. Aaron G playing catch up. Can he get there? Top end? You betcha. David Pipkins was 085 at the tree, broke out. 8 foul under, 83-8 on the 79 for Aaron. And he moves on into the next round. Jody Cernock and Jeremy Smith going to be your next two. Jeremy in the right lane, 473 dial. Cernock, new car to him, just picked it up this year. 485 the dial for him over in the left lane. $77.2 on a 73 for Jeremy. He was 007 at the tree. Jody was 49, 86.9 on an 85. Not quite enough to get around Jeremy Smith right there. Randy Tankersley and Cameron Lyles coming at you now. Both of them dialed 462. Cameron over on the left side, Randy over in the right lane. And Randy goes 009 red. Cameron will be moving on. He goes 63.6 on a 62. Stephen Bryant, Mike Pennington, your next pair. Pennington right side, 462 number, 469 for Bryant. So Stephen Bryant in a double breakout. He's 9th thou under. Mike Pennington is 15th thou under. Bryant was 003 at the tree. And he's going to take the round win here. Bob Chance left side. Danny Allen right side. Your next pair. 0.2 of a second. Head start going to Danny. He's on the right side. No. Ready for him? Win light here, Danny Allen. Like Bob Chance was doing some moving around after the finish line down there. He goes 65 on a 62. But Danny Allen was 009, 83.7 on the 82. And he moves on. Brandy Ray, there she is. And Trip West, there he is. Coming up on the left side. That might have been the most abbreviated dragster burnout I've ever seen for Trip West. Brandy dialed 503, Trip at 512 in the left lane. Whopping the throttle at the top end, Trip West. Dead on with a 2 for the round win. He was 12 at the tree. Brandy was 56. She was dead on with a 0. But Trip, that much better on the starting line. Going another round, Rick Huffman, Mike Biorum, your next pair. Biorum over in the right lane, Huffman in the left. Rick again running for accelerated graphics. One of our contingency sponsors out here this weekend. Win light here might be Orem, double breakout. He's 2 thou under. Huffman's 4 thou under. Might be Orem. Closer to the dial, goes on to the next round. Johnny Azell, Doug Lawrence. Next pair to come at you. Doug dialed 474, Johnny at 470. So Doug getting a slight head start. Johnny Azell working the throttle down there. He's going to get the round win. 72-1 on a 70 dial. 006 at the tree. And he will move on. 77-1 on a 74 for Lawrence. Not quite enough to get around him. Larry Edson, J.R. McCabe, your next two. Both of them dialed 458. $61-6 to a 61-9. Advantage starting line, J.R. McCabe. Advantage finish line by 9 thou. Also to J.R. McCabe. Just going to bring up Will Carroll. He's on the left side at 463 dial to the 470 of Amber Smith. Amber's at a level end. Winlight, Amber Smith, and Will Carroll took way too much stripe. 500s, almost 600s at the finish line. 62-1 on a 63. 9 thou too quick. Amber 71 with a 9 on the 71 on the 470 dial. So she gets the round win. Thomas Marlowe, Jason Montgomery, your next two. Montgomery left side. Marlowe over in the right. Marlowe's dialed 479. Looks like Marlowe just backed straight up into the pre-stage beam. Both of them taking their time, rolling up into the beams. Mr. Thorpe, we need you to your car immediately. Mr. Thorpe, we need you to your car immediately in the staging lanes. So Jason Montgomery way off pace down there as he goes 550. The 488 dial in. Marlowe 491 off the throttle well early. As you could tell, Montgomery just wasn't where he should have been right there on that run. Kyle Gibson, Jim Calloway. Gibson, the New York-based competitor, AAA side of the racetrack, 490 dial. And Jim Calloway, Artesia, New Mexico, is where he calls home. He's over on the left side, Pennzoil side of the track. And Jim Calloway takes down the Yankee, dead on with a 1. That is an 11th thou package. Gibson goes dead on with a 7, but was 43 on the tree. So he's going home. Dale Skates and Kevin Thorpe going to be your next two. 0.4 of a second to head start. The undercover chassis machine of Dale Skates going to get. He's dialed 492 to Kevin Thorpe's 452. So Dale Skates turns on the win light. He's dead on with a 6, 18 thou package right there. And Kevin Thorpe, 53-1 on a 52. Not quite enough there. Attention to the pits. If you hear your name, you are a winner in the Buyback Give Back program, courtesy of the Drag Racers Benevolent Fund. Nolan Stokely, Bob Gilmore, Mark Rodriguez, Drew Porcher, Chad Branham, Renee Reinfort, Bob Koski, Todd Irwin, and Greg Biddison. If you just heard your name, please make your way to Suite 101. You are a winner of the Drag Racers Benevolent Fund Buyback Give Back program. The win light here, Cassie Pennington, 71.5 and a 69. Takes out Jonathan Hernandez, who goes 14 on an 11. Cassie had almost 4/100 of a second, rather. And back at the starting line, Cody Harger, Hunter Patton. Patton in the left lane, 482 dial. Harger over on the right side. 481 the dial. 2014 Caples chassis machine.
You want to let a few more cars go before we call purple?
Attention the pits. Purple Dragsters need you in the lanes for round number 2, meaning first round winners and buybacks. We need you in the lanes. Purple Dragsters, we need you in the lanes for second round, meaning round 1 winners and buybacks. So we win light there to Hunter Patton, 83-0 on the 82 dial. At the advantage at the starting line, Cody Harger broke out. Nothing he could have done right there. So Cortland Carter, throttle stop machine left side. Shannon Walker over on the right side, going to be spotting Cortland a full second. 1 full tick of the clock.
Oh, yeah, myself.
So Cortland Carter getting the round win here, 99.4, 98 dial. Shannon Walker stuck the nose of the dragster out there a little bit too much. Broke out by 5 thou. So Cortland moves on. Shannon moves to the trailer. Randall Reed left side. Roy Martinez right. Martinez getting about 1 yellow bulb head start. 506 dial for the Deer Park, Texas native. And for Pro Mod racer Randall Reed, going back to his bracket racing roots here, he's over on the left side. 457 dial in. So Roy Martinez getting the round win here. He goes dead 6. They're pretty much dead even at the starting line. Randall Reed was dead 9. 0.02 of a second, your margin of victory right there. And Martinez moves into the next round. Justin Bromley right side. Joe Kozlowski left side. Joe trying to go 449. Justin at 455. So Justin goes 11 red. Joe Kozlowski, 450, 152 miles an hour. Through the top end, he moves on to the next round. Nick Smith, Tyler Thorpe, going to be your next two. Attention to the pitch. One more time, we need our purple dragsters. Round 2 elimination, meaning your round 1 winners and your buybacks in the lanes. Purple dragsters, round 2. In the lanes, please. So Nick down 466 right side. Tyler at 467 left. Got a good race on our hands here. Top end, win light, Nick Smith. 66.8, dead on the dial. Tyler Thorpe tried to keep that dragster out in front of him and did a little bit too effectively. 11th foul, too quick. So Nick Smith moves on. Brian Hughes and Leonard Greathouse going to be your next two. And we're going to do a little bit of track prep before we continue on with this first round of Super Pro. Main event. Formerly supposed to be on Sunday. Got moved back to Saturday because of the forecast. Sponsored by APD Carburetors. Builders of the max speed throttle stop carbs. So Brian Hughes going to turn on a win light with a trip zip perfect light and a 65.6 on a 64 dial. Great pass right there for Brian. Leonard Greathouse was dead on with a 3. But an 037 light. And the other guy's going trip zip perfect. And 65.6 on a 64 not going to quite be enough. And as I mentioned, down for just a moment here for some quick track maintenance. But we'll be back with the continuation of first round. The main event for Lone Star Summer Shootout, presented by Scoggin Dickey Race Shop. Chevy Performance, presented by ADP Carburetors. Hey guys, just a heads up, 30-minute warning, the concession stand will be closing in a half hour. So if you are hungry or thirsty, need to get something to eat or drink, you need to make your way over to the concession stand within the next half hour, or you're going to be out of luck. So guys, if you ever wonder what happens when you fumble a microphone with it on, I sincerely apologize for blowing your eardrums out. But just another heads up, 15-minute warning. The fuel station will be closing in 15 minutes. Again, the fuel station will be closing in 15 minutes. Drivers were moments away from heading back into elimination, so if you are out of your car, we need you to go ahead and load up. Drivers, load up if you are not already in your race car. Track prep is completed. We're going to bring them back to life. Your first pair, Tanner Thorpe and Renee Reinfort. Tanner's on the left side, Renee over on the right. Tanner out of Knickerbocker, Texas, dialed 459. I actually Googled Knickerbocker, Texas yesterday and found out it is 5 miles past the middle of nowhere out in West Texas. And Renee Reinfort, 483 the dial for her over on the right side of the racetrack. win light here to Renee as Tanner took the stripe and broke out by one foul. 58-9 on a 59. Renee, 84-4 on an 83. And Tanner took the stripe by 3 hun, but got there a little bit too quick. So Renee moves on, and Colin Williams, Kenny Probst, your next pair. Colin down 458. Over the right side. Kenny at 494. Sons of Colin may have pedaled that car down there. Oh my goodness. Hide the sharp objects in Kenny Probst's pit area. Kenny had 300s in the bag at the starting line, took the stripe by 3/10, almost 4/10 of a second, and broke out when Colin was 91 on a 58 dial. J.D. McNeil, Nathan Martin, your next pair. McNeil left side, 529 the dial, 466. Going to be the target for Nathan Martin, running for Mike Carlson Motor Cars over there. Again, final call for Purple Dragsters, round number 2. First round winners and buybacks. We need you in the lanes if you are not already there. Final call. And Nathan Martin showing you just how he was able to win the million a little while back. Trip zip, perfect on the tree. Forces J.D. McNeil under by 7 foul. And Nathan getting the round win. 68-2 on a 66. Great light. J.D. no slouch at 023, but the other guy's putting 3 zeros up there. Going to be kind of hard to beat. Johnny Carter, Chad Hankins. Johnny, another throttle stop car, 608 dial. Chad Hankins trying to go 462 over on the right side of the racetrack. And Hankins goes 025 red. Johnny Carter is moving on. Looks like Hankins may have had some sort of problem out there as he shuts her off, coast over by the wall. So I'm going to go check it out. And correction, Chad Hankins' car still is underpowered, just coasting down the right side retaining wall. You go down there and make sure he's not leaving any slick stuff on the racetrack. So all clear from the top end. Steve Harvey, Brad Clark, your next pair. Clark left side, 492 dial. Harvey dials 479. So win light here, Steve Harvey. Brad Clark had a slight advantage at the starting line. Couldn't keep his foot out of it. Took the stripe and broke out by 7 thou, but Brad Clark won a free entry into the Spring Fling Million earlier today with a 1 thou package. Brings up Rusty Baxter, Joanna Tinsley. Joanna's in the left lane. She's trying to go 483. Rusty. Racecraft chassis machine out of Beckville. Trying to run 452. Win light here, Rusty Baxter. Joanna, another advantage at the starting line. And again, like a few others this round, takes the stripe, breaks out by 11 thou. 81.9 on the 83. She is not going to be pleased with herself. Bob Koski, the Mopar powered dragster. Allen chassis machine out of Red Oak. This is car on the left side. Terry Pollard. One of those American race cars machines. There's a Last Man Standing Award for the last American chassis dragster put up by American Race Cars. That's what Terry Pollard got under him right now. 457 the dial. Pollard giving chase. Koski out front. Top end. Win light Bob Koski. How about dead on with a 3? Terry Pollard was 007. Took the stripe and broke out by 6 thou. Tough competition out here at the Lone Star Summer Shootout. Craig Lyles. Chris Snyder coming at you next. Lyles on the left side. 445 the dial. 475. Target for the 18-year-old Austin native. Lyles again repping one of our contingency sponsors, TNT Supercars. I'm going to start sounding like a broken record. Again, Craig Lyles had the advantage at the starting line. Again, Craig Lyles took the stripe, and again, another 6 thou breakout, and Chris Snyder is moving on to the next round. 76-4 on a 75. It's going to bring up David Johns and Stephen Hughes. Johns with a 452 dial, 481 for the Miller chassis entry of Stephen Hughes out of Pasadena. Win light here, David Johns. Stephen Hughes, 3 thou, 2 quick, 80 with a 7 on the 81. And David dead on with a 5, and he's moving on. Kurt Harvey, Reagan Whitman. Reagan left side, Harvey right side. Harvey's dialed 488. Reagan trying to go 465. Win light here, Kurt Harvey. Reagan Whitman was 61 on the tree. And when Kurt Harvey's going 0-11, green, and dead on with a 3, 14 thou package. Great lap right there for Kurt. Reagan 11 thou, 2 quick. No bueno over there. Derek Patton, Danny Martinez. Patton in the Maverick, throttle stop machine. 708 dial, 495. What Danny thinks that dragster's going to run. Win line here to Martinez. Dead on with an 8. Derek Patton was dead late at the tree. Brought his pillow to the starting line. 113 light. Goes dead on with a 5, so the race car was there. Driver was taking a nap. Casey Swift and John Blankenship sitting in the water box. They're going to be your next pair. John Blankenship left side, 473 the dial, 530 for Casey Swift. John Blankenship lights the win light, 74.3 on a 73. Had the advantage at the starting line. Casey was 31 on a 30. So Casey, not quite enough on the racetrack there to get around John Blankenship, Mark Jacinto, and Mike Crater. Jacinto getting over a full tick of the clock. Head start, 577 the dial, 465 for Crater. Crater's got his work cut out for him. Top end, win light, Mike Crater. Mark Jacinto took the stripe by 500 and broke out by 6 thou. He is not going to be pleased when he takes a look at that time slip. Crater 41 on the tree, dead on with a 9. So good on the racetrack. But Mark Jacinto had him dead to rights. nailed into the tree with a 009 light, but took the stripe and just gave it away. Steve Adams and Jeremy Smith, your next two. Adams left side, Smith on the right. And Steve Adams with a 15 thou package for the round win. Jeremy Smith goes under by a thou. 009 dead on with a 6 for Adams. Rustin Mays and Mike Callaway. Callaway left side, Artesia, New Mexico. 484 the dial, 480 for Rustin. For KMP, Kennedale, Mansfield Plumbing. Big sponsor of our dual shootout runoff. Took place earlier today, won by Chase Huffman. Win here to Callaway. Mays breaks out by a thou. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. Callaway 007-028 advantage at the starting line. Goes dead 8 for a 15 thou package. Great lap for Mike Callaway. Dylan Lee, Sam Ray coming up next. Sam and the dragster. 491 the dial. She's going to have to play the waiting game. Dylan only dialed 722 in a Monte Carlo. Sam Ray closing fast, top end, win light to Dylan Lee. Sam got there too quick by 18 thou. Dylan 25-8 on a 22. Was 14 on the tree, and Sam Ray's day is done. So Chase Huffman. Brittany Blakely. Brittany in the left lane. She's dialed 541. Chase running for accelerated graphics, trying to go 493. So a double breakout here. 9 thou under. Chase Huffman going to take the round win. Brittany Blakely was 008, took the stripe by 800 and broke out big time. Bart Nelson left, Jimmy Noble's right. So Jimmy Noble's on the right side, trying to go 477. Bart Nelson left, 481 the dial. So Jimmy jumps the tree. Bart Nelson's going on to the next round. He runs it out the back door, 477 at 143. Mike Carlson and Donnie Burleson, your next pair. Burleson, the American chassis car, left side of the racetrack, 463 dial. Mike Carlson. For Mike Carlson Motor Cars out of Mansfield. He's over in the right lane. Win light here for Donnie Burleson, 64.6 on a 63. Carlson was dead 7, but Burleson had him out of the gate, parlayed that into a round win. 6th thou, your margin of victory. Ethan Marr and Brandon Bass. Brandon Bass again for Brando's Custom Paint, putting on the award for Best Appearing Dragster. Brandon dialed 487, Ethan at 481. Win light here, Ethan Marr, 81-2, dead on the dial. He was 24 to Brandon Bass, 035. Brandon broke out by 13 thou. Ethan won that one from wire to wire. Ricky McNeil, Peeps Pennington, your next pair. Pennington over on the right side. He's dialed 456. Ricky trying to go 516 over on the Pennzoil side. And Ricky goes red. Peeps Pennington moving on to the next round. Off the gas early, 480. Only 111 miles an hour. Ricky runs it out the back door, 515 at 127. Johnny G, Ike Beach coming up next. Johnny on the left side, 473. Ike over on the right, 468. So Ike drills Johnny to the tree, and he is going to get the round win, 72-3 on a 68. Johnny was dead 7, but he was 0-99 at the starting line. Not nearly good enough to get around Ike Beach as Ike moves on. Kevin Wilson, Michael Reiser coming up next. Both going to dial 484. Riser out front, top end, win light to Kevin Wilson. Riser drilled him to the tree. Not by much, by a little. 12-19. And Wilson comes around him 85-3 on the 84. So Riser's 87-9. Wilson going another round. Norval Bowers and Rusty Branham coming at you next. Norval on the right side, also dialed 484. Rusty on the left side trying to go 488. And Norval goes 14 red. Rusty's moving on. 88.5, dead on the dial. 038 on the tree. Gina Munt left. Johnny Easel over on the right side. Johnny getting 0.2 of a second head start. 489 to Gina's 469 dial. So Johnny Easel turning on the win line here, 91-0 on the 89. Gina was dead late, 92 to Johnny's 020 at the tree. And Johnny better on the racetrack. Moving on to the next round, Greg Roberts and Dylan Bontrager going to be your next two. Roberts on the AAA side trying to go 498. Dylan at 486. Both of them taking their time rolling into the beams here. Attention the pits, if you hear your name, we need you in Suite 101. Win line here, Greg Roberts, double breakout. He's 3 thou under. Dylan is 10 thou under. So Greg, going to the next round. Attention the pits, if you hear your name, you are a winner in the Drag Racers Benevolent Fund Buyback Give Back Program. Todd Irwin, Greg Biddison, and Bob Gilmore. We need you in Suite 101. Again, you are winners in the Drag Racers Benevolent Fund Buyback Giveback Program. Todd Irwin, Greg Biddison, and Bob Gilmore. Mike Pennington and Kerry G out on the starting line. Pennington dialed 474. Kerry at 481 over in the left lane. Pennington's going to be tough right here. Top end, win light Mike Pennington. He was 002 on the tree. 75-6 on the 74. Kerry dead on with a 0. But Mike Pennington won that one on the starting line. Chad Branham left side coming up against not Austin Williams over in the right lane. Chad dialed 544. Right side dialed 489. So Chad, 009 red, right side 009 green, 91.4 on the 89 dial. Chad just going to coast on through the top end. Cliff Lovelace and Mike Eccles. So Mike Eccles dialed 463, Cliff Lovelace at 453. Both of them creeping up into the beams. Mike getting a 1/10 of a second head start. Drifting over towards the center line, top end, win light, Mike Eccles, double breakout. Mike under by 4th thou, Cliff under by 7th thou. Your final car this round of Super Pro, gonna be the kid, Rylan McClaskey. Rylan's 17 years old, got a wait and see bye because of a trip zip. Perfect reaction time in round number 1. Rylan dialed 580. Rylan on a solo pass was 11 on the tree. 575.8, 119 miles an hour. It's going to do it for this round of Super Pro. I'll turn it back over to Tommy.
Okay, folks, we're going to make a short announcement here. It may not be so short, actually. And that is, we're monitoring, you notice we had to do a light spray and drag on the racetrack here in the middle of the round, though, with the dragsters. We're having a little bit of problem at the top end of the racetrack. The water on the racetrack and in the air, it's making it really difficult to keep it dry up there, and it's getting a little bit slick. The groove is great. Racetrack has lots of heat. But we're only 2 degrees difference between the humidity and the temperature now, so the dew point is just nearly on top of it. So we're gonna pull the plug for tonight in the name of safety. Don't want to wire anybody's car up because we're trying to rush along. We cannot finish tonight anyway. we have to run till about 2 in the morning. And we weren't going to do that anyway. We combined Friday and Saturday's program so that we could have this option should we have to. The forecast looks great tomorrow. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to stop right here. There's about 100 pro cars now left. We have the last chance race to finish as well. So if you lost first round, bought back, and lost again, we'll have the last chance race as tomorrow as well. The program, the entire program we have left is only about 3.5 hours. So what we're going to do, I know you guys hate to get up in the morning and just start in eliminations, and you didn't get to run this morning because of the weather. So what we're going to do is, given we only have about 3.5 hours left, we'll give you guys a time run in the morning. First thing, we'll call you about 8:15 or 8:30, and we'll have a pair doing a burnout at 9 o'clock. Run one time trial session, and then we will move right into pick right up with the next round of Super Pro. So that will make our program about a little less than 5 hours long tomorrow, so we'll be out of here plenty of time anyway. It's just not worth it. I've been in talks with TJ, the starter, Frank, myself, the Texas Motorplex staff, and we're monitoring the racetrack very closely. And to be honest with you, the phone call is it's just not worth it to watch one car up. We're trying to save an hour on our time. So I just don't want to do it. So anyway, that's our call. And if you have money coming or you need anything, we'll be in Suite 101 for just a little bit. And otherwise, again, please be up and ready. We will probably call about 8:30, and we will have a pair in the water box at 9 o'clock, and we'll get moving on. So thank you for your patience this weekend. It's been a little rough with the weather, but we've been pretty fortunate, really. We're going to get the entire program in. It did take 3 days, and we had to combine the one. And so it's taken a lot of racers in and our staff, and I thank you very much for that, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Real quickly, I want to clarify something. Most of you do know what the last chance race is, but I do want to say one more time. If you lost first round today, and you bought back, and you lost again, Robin will have your name on a list down in Suite 101, and you're eligible to run the race. There's no entry. It's just part of our program here, and you'll be eligible for that. You will also be able to make that time run after the Super Pro guys. There's only going to be about 30 of you. There's not very many. And so we'll let you run at the back of that to be fair. And now you will be filtered in later in the day. We'll probably run several rounds of Super Pro before we go back to the last chance people. But you will get a run. And if you have any doubt about whether you're in that, just see Robin down in Suite 101. She'll have the list. And you guys can be up and ready to go in the morning with everyone else. I'm going to be in Suite 101 myself for about 30 minutes. So if you have some questions or comments or want to talk to me, otherwise we'll see you in the morning.